Okay.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Judiciary Committee meeting for March 29th, 2021. Are there any remarks from my co-chair or the ranking member?
Sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. Seeing none, we have about 20 items before us on our agenda today. Let's start right at the top. The first item we have is Senate Bill number 363, an act concerning the duties of the Office of the Attorney General. I'll entertain a motion for a JF to the floor. In a second. I had a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Sims. Senator Winfield, would you like to remark?
Yeah, just briefly, at least at first. This is a bill that's been before us before. It's seeking to clarify that the Attorney General can investigate allegations of a civil rights violation and initiate whatever processes are necessary to do so. He can investigate, subpoena, issue interrogatories, all of those types of things. I'm here if there's a question.
Are there questions on the bill before us? Questions on Senate Bill 363? Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, in reviewing the bill, trying to find out if a civil rights violation is alleged and the Attorney General's office institutes this procedure, why the individuals whose rights were violated doesn't get the award from the jury, why the government gets those funds, if I may, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Winfield.
The question why? I think that was actually, I don't have it in front of me, but I think that was actually addressed in a testimony during the hearing. I can pull it up. I don't have the answer to that question, but I think it was addressed in the testimony, so I'll try to pull that up.
If I could, Representative Fishburne, I'd draw your attention to lines 50 through 52 of the bill that says if the Attorney General prevails in a civil action brought pursuant to this section, the court shall order the distribution of any award of damages to the injured person. I take injured person in 52 to be the underlying complainant. I believe later on in line 57, there is the possibility for a civil penalty to be paid in addition to compensatory damages. That civil penalty would inure to the state.
So, well, thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. So am I to understand that an action, and certainly, civil rights violations, very important for something to happen with regard to that. Am I to understand that a jury comes back with various awards, one being damages, I would surmise, as well as possibly a penalty for the bad act, and that those awards are there bifurcated, one going to the harmed or injured person, the other going to the state. Is that what I'm hearing here?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Now, ordinarily when we have egregious activity by a bad actor, we have treble damages and those kinds of things for a CUTPA violation, let's say. Which CUTPA violation, I think under the statute, the Attorney General's office is supposed to be given notification if a CUTPA claim is made in a case. In a case like that, all of the damages goes to the harmed individual. You would agree?
Yes, if they are bringing it. I don't recall there being a treble damages clause in cut. I know there is a award of attorney's fees, and also a possible civil penalty as well, but that's where the action is prosecuted by the individual's attorney as opposed to under this scenario where it's my understanding that would actually be the attorneys employed by the state through the Office of the Attorney General who are bringing the prosecution on behalf of the individuals.
I thank you for that. And the penalties as addressed in the bill, are they different than attorneys? Well, certainly we have the government as being part of this. How are those penalties to be calculated?
Senator Winfield, I didn't mean to step on your toes. If you want to.
No, it's fine. You do this and I don't. Are you talking in the beginning of the bill in line 17, it talks about civil penalties and how much those penalties are per violation. Is that what your question is?
Yes, sir.
Under line 17, the civil penalty is not to exceed $2,500 per violation. And it establishes what you have to prove in order for that violation to take effect and a penalty to issue.
Well, thank you. And thank you for that, those answers to those questions. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pavlik D'Amato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see in this bill that it says that there can be no AG suit if CHRO has one pending, but is it true reverse? That if CHRO, or that if AG already has one, then CHRO can't bring the suit as well.
Senator Winfield.
In lines 24 through 31, that addresses the limitations that I believe that you're asking for, right? So those are the lines that talk about nothing in this section shall limit the right of a person adversely affected of the general statutes, and it's there. Those statutes are talking about intimidation based on bias or bigotry in the first, second, and third degree to avail themselves of the ability to bring those facts and circumstances to CHRO.
So it says, except that the agency shall not bring an action under, yeah, that, but right. That's what I'm saying, but I don't see it in the reverse.
It doesn't, and I don't believe in a bill that specifically says that in the reverse. I don't believe that that's written into the bill.
But is that something that you think maybe should be added? Only because I agree with the lines 24 through 31. I'm fine with those, but I just don't see it stopping CHRO from filing something as well if the AG has one, that already exists. That's kind of my concern.
Well, I would say this, Representative Pavlik D'Amato. I was at the hearing as one all the other members, and I hadn't thought about that. As you know, as these things go forward, we continue to have conversation. I don't want to answer that one way or the other because I haven't given it that kind of thought, but I would be happy to have a discussion about whether that makes sense or not.
Okay, I'll see if I can draft something and if it can be, and if it can fit in. And then just if CHRO, and I think there's language somewhere in this addressing the general topic, but if CHRO were to find I think it's, what is it, like a no probable cause, what they find in the beginning, would that prevent the AG, from bringing a suit, or is that evidence that could be used in the AG suit if there was already, let's say anything that the CHRO has in their notes and in their suit? Now I'm not too sure.
I hate to do this to you. Could you reframe that question?
Sure. Let's say, CHRO, when they have a complaint that's brought to them, in the beginning, they do it's like a finding of probable cause almost.
Right.
It's the first step. So let's say that the find that there is no probable cause and the case doesn't go any further. Would either that evidence could be used in the AG's case? I mean, in that case, it would be by the person who was accused. Or would that be like a res judicata where the AG wouldn't be able to bring us because there was already a finding that there was no probable cause?
I don't believe that the way in which the language in this bill is written, that it acts as a prohibition on the AG. I can't find a section in the bill that would do that. So having gone and rescanned the bill, I would say that the bill does not operate in such a way as to prohibit the AG from continuing to function, as long as the AG is functioning within the provisions of the bill of what would become the law.
Okay, I'll look at that and see if I just want them to kind of be compatible and on the same page, and not to duplicate what maybe CHRO already finds or doesn't find. So I'll just look through it and I'll include that in my other what I do for the first question I asked you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky. Representative Dubitsky, you're on mute still.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this bill, the powers that would be transferred to the AG under this bill are already enjoyed by another agency of this state. And I feel that empowering the AG to do with this jurisdiction would put too much power in the hands of one person, would cause duplicative and overlapping jurisdiction, which could cause confusion and could negatively impact defendants. And I believe this power in the hands of the AG could also lead to unnecessary the unnecessary political exercise of this jurisdiction. So I would be against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, if you could please call the roll.
Winfield.
Sorry, I was on mute. Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
I'm not going to repeat everyone's vote, if that's okay, as long as we can all clearly see you speaking the words. So we'll go a little bit slower on that end so that we can make sure that the video catches up with the audio. Representative Stafstrom.
Representative Stafstrom votes in the affirmative.
Senator Kasser. Representative
Senator
Bloom.
Kasser votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, and now we can see you.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Could you repeat what we're voting on? I was on something else.
No, I apologize. No worries. It's an act concerning the duties of the Office of the Attorney General, and that was item number 1.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Okay. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Could you please repeat that so that we could catch up with the video?
Sure. I guess that was too fast. Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Representative Conley. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Jamasa.
Representative Jamasa votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Could you please repeat? Sorry.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat. You started out announcing yourself and I couldn't see you.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Thank you. Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexer. Senator Flexer, is that you? Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Good afternoon. Representative Howard votes yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, votes no. I'm sorry, Madam Administrator, trying to grab that screen.
Okay, could you just repeat your name, sir?
That backfired. Representative Howard votes no.
It started out good because you said good afternoon or good morning, and so then it, well, whatever.
I gave it my best shot.
You did. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Okay, you'll have to repeat your name and your vote again, please.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Perfect. Thank you. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm. Rep Palm votes yes. You'll have to repeat. Representative Palm votes yes. Thank you. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach.
Rep Veach votes no.
Would you please repeat, Representative Veach?
Rep Veach votes no.
Thank you. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Madam Clerk, Representative Harding votes yes. I was late. I apologize.
That's all right. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, Representative Conley votes yes. I apologize. I was also tardy.
Thank you. Anyone else out there that I didn't get?
Representative Callahan
Okay.
votes no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Representative. Okay.
Okay, we will hold the votes open until 5 o'clock or half an hour after the end of the meeting, whichever is later. Let's hope that's 5 o'clock. And with that, I will entertain a motion to JF Senate Bill number 889, an act concerning the Criminal Justice Policy and Planning Division in the publication of reports and presentations by the Office of Policy and Management.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield and a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this item? Is there discussion?
Yeah, I can briefly. I'll briefly just say what it does. So the section of law that's being modified by this bill, there was a plan to be created, and so there's a lot of changes, adding the ing to the action at the beginning of the sentence. So for instance, instead of we're conducting, because we're now in the process of doing this. It adds requirements that reports that are in effect because of that section of the law are placed publicly available on the internet. It adds an additional requirement where we're looking at recidivism to offenders with risk reduction credits. The point of this is to fix some statutes that are obsolete now, given that we're actually operating, to make some corrections to reflect the actual priorities we have. It's a good bill. We should pass it.
Okay, is there further question or comment on this item? Further question or comment on this item? Seeing none. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we create a consent calendar and that we move Senate Bill 889, an act concerning the criminal justice policy and planning division and the publication of reports and presentations by the Office of Policy and Management to that consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing none, we will create a consent calendar and place item number 2 on it. Next, I will entertain a motion for JFS. Folks should be in possession of LCO number 6155. So it's a motion for JFS of Senate Bill number 892, an act concerning the Criminal Justice Commission, Division of Criminal Justice in the Office of Inspector General. Again, it's LCO number 6155. I have a motion from Senator Winfield.
Second.
A second from Representative Fishbein. This bill does a couple things. First, it cleans up the appointment sections for the Inspector General and what the qualifications are for that office, allowing someone from outside of the Division of Criminal Justice to be hired into and fill that position. It makes it so the Criminal Justice Commission members, when they're appointed by the governor, have to come before this body for confirmation. And it also makes some codifying and clarifying changes with respect to the Criminal Justice Commission's ability to review state's attorneys and promotion authority under the Division of Criminal Justice. Questions or comments on this bill? Questions or comments? If not, I just want to certainly thank Chief State's Attorney Colangelo for engaging in constructive dialogue after the public hearing on this bill up to and including this weekend to refine the language that you see before us in the LCO draft. Representative Fishbein?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move Senate Bill 892, an act concerning the Criminal Justice Commission, Division of Criminal Justice, and the Office of the Inspector General to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I will entertain a motion to JF Senate Bill number 919, an act concerning immunity from criminal prosecution for a minor who possesses alcohol when the minor seeks emergency assistance to prevent the death or serious injury of another person.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Fishbein. Senator Winfield?
Sure. This bill before us would keep a minor from facing prosecution for the possession of alcohol. If the minor had placed a call to 911 based on their reasonable belief that someone else was in immediate need of assistance, and in order to prevent that person from dying or experiencing bodily injury, the minor would have to stay at the scene and have made that call prior to the police arriving on the scene. This is a good bill that I think will help a lot of young people potentially who get into the situation, encourage them not to leave somebody in the lurch, basically. And I think we ought to pass it.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote to have this bill come out of committee. A concern, though, was raised when I was meeting with my caucus that it expressly deals with 911 calls. And certainly on a college campus or something like that, there may be other modes by which that particular institution would provide for contact with law enforcement. So, as we work on this, getting it out of committee, I hope that we'd be able to change it to something like, recognize emergency calls or something like that. So I just want to flag that. Good bill ought to pass. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and certainly I would certainly be personally supportive of expanding it in the nature you mentioned as we move this forward. Further discussion or comment on this bill? If not, Madam Administrator, can you please call the roll?
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
You have to repeat. I'm sorry. I didn't see your face.
That's cool. Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. Representative Stafstrom.
Representative Stafstrom, in the affirmative.
Senator Kasser.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
You'll have to repeat. I apologize. We need to see on the big screen.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Yes.
Thank you. I do hear you, Representative Dillon. I just don't see your face at the same time that you're saying it. Thank you. Representative Massa, Representative Doucette.
Representative Massa votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Representative Massa. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexer. Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Can you please repeat?
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
I didn't get a smile a second time. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Representative Godfrey. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser.
Could you please repeat?
I sure can. Senator Lesser votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Palm. Representative Palm votes yes. Thank you. Representative Pavlak D'Amato. Pavlak D'Amato votes yes. Thank you. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Representative Rabimbus, Representative Wright. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Could you please repeat again? I didn't catch your name when you were.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Sims.
You're welcome.
Representative Beach.
Representative Beach votes yes.
You'll have to repeat. Thank you, Representative Beach.
Representative Beach votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Representative. Representative Walker and Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you.
All right. As a reminder, we'll hold votes till 5 o'clock or half an hour after the end of the meeting. Next up will be item number 5, Senate Bill number 923, an act concerning review of animal cruelty laws by the Connecticut Sentencing Commission. I will entertain a motion for JF.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion for JF from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Sims. This bill simply asks the Sentencing Commission to take a look at our animal cruelty laws and report back to us. Comment or question on this? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item 5, SB 923, an act concerning review of animal cruelty laws by the Connecticut Sentencing Commission to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I will entertain a motion for JF on Senate Bill number 959, an act concerning probate court operations.
So moved.
Second. I had a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative O'Day. This is our annual probate court operations bill. It predominantly makes changes to the probate fee structure and other technical corrections and clarifications, particularly with respect to the guardian or conservatorship statutes. Questions or comments on this bill? Questions or comments? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item 6, Senate Bill 959, an act concerning probate court operations to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I will entertain a motion to JF Senate Bill number 972, an act concerning the cost of telecommunication services in correctional facilities. It's JF to the floor. Item number 7.
So moved.
I got a motion from Representative Sims, a second. Senator Winfield. Is there Senator Winfield?
Yes, briefly. What this bill does is at October 1, 2022, going forward, the commissioner would be providing voice communication services to the incarcerated, and those communication services would not have a cost. The communication services that we provide wouldn't be supplanting of the visitation that the incarcerated have. And in the second section, there's 2 sections to the bill. In the second section, it repeals parts of our general statutes, and the 2 statutes that are repealed are the statute where the $350,000 that the Department of Corrections gets from the current setup is in that first section, which is 18-81X. And then in the second section, 54-105A, the monies that are on top of that go into judicial for probation, for a probation program. And both of those sections are repealed, as that money would not any longer be in place. That's what the bill does.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I totally understand and am sympathetic to what this bill intends to do. A few years ago, I had contracted a communicable disease that was very contagious, and my family, the only way I could communicate with them was telephonically or email. And that was a difficult thing for me to deal with. And I came to really have an appreciation for the communication of loved ones. And the individuals we're dealing with here, it's a totally different situation. Their only contact with their loved ones is through the mediums that this bill contemplates. And as you know, leadership of this committee, I've totally wrapped my arms around this issue. I certainly think that there is something that has to be done here. The fact that the government is in effect benefiting over these communications that are necessary for these individuals that are behind bars, I find at a certain level to be atrocious, quite frankly. The programs that are funded through that are laudable programs, but I think there's another way that could happen through the regular budgetary process. But what this bill calls for goes too far, in my opinion. I know that members of my caucus, as well as myself, are certainly ready, willing, and able to do something here. I don't want my no vote to be any reflection upon how I feel about these communications. I just think that it goes too far. I think that there will be a lot of pushback about the fiscal note, and it shouldn't be about the fiscal note, quite frankly. It should be about these communications. So, I just want that clear. Some people are still going to say it anyway, that I'm voting against this bill because I want the current system to proceed, and that is very far from my position. So just want that clear. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and certainly understand that. Senator Winfield, did you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chair, and I just want to say that I've had conversation with Representative Fishbein about the issues herein, and take him fully at his word about his commitment to this issue. And as I represented to him, part of this is just the way these bills work, where multiple committees have jurisdiction, and the Appropriations Committee, where I'm the subcommittee chair on Judicial and Corrections, is looking. He suggested that it shouldn't be about the fiscal note on it, and I agree, but it is. And so we're taking a look at the issues that some people have concerns about and working on those. And I would be happy to update and or stay in conversation with Representative Fishbein as we continue that work over in appropriations. And I just wanted to thank him for his thoughtful approach to this subject.
Thank you, Senator, and let me certainly associate myself with your remarks. This is one of those issues that unfortunately kind of has dual cognizance between us and certainly the Appropriations Committee. And I know we're going to need their input and perspective and buy-in as we address what I think all of us on this committee can recognize is a serious problem within our correctional facilities. And I want to thank the ranking member for engaging in these conversations to the extent he has already, and I know he will continue to. All right, I had Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Conley, followed by Representative Howard. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to associate my remarks with the ranking member and the good chairs in the sense that we need to do something. I'm hopeful that we can maybe do it in steps. This bill had been before us previously, and and it was equally outrageous that we found out that the state was making money on it. I would like to see what the amount would be if it was a break-even type proposition, and then try and find funding for it from that point in time. So I would like to be involved in the discussions and see what I can do to help as well. And I thank the good chairs and my ranking members for their comments.
Duly noted, Representative O'Day. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting yes for this bill today, but I did want to raise concerns and desire to continue to work with the chairs on this bill to address a few things to make sure that we continue to have recordings of phone calls, that if threats are made to victims, that those recordings continue in the service of recording continues to be made public to the victims and to the courts if needed, and that those who are incarcerated continue to have equal access to the phones, so that when we make adjustments and make a reduced phone fee, that everyone continues to have access to the phones, and we find a way that we are not having one or two or just a few inmates having full access to the phone, leaving others with possibly not enough phone privileges and inability to contact their family. So I still think there does need to be work on the bill, but I will be voting it out of the committee so that the work can continue.
Thank you, Representative Conley, and we appreciate that. Representative Howard.
Mr. Chair, I just briefly let my colleagues know that I do not want my no vote misconstrued today, especially, as Senator Winfield knows, I served with him on that same subcommittee in appropriations, and I want to make sure that as a person who's had very close family members incarcerated knows how important these communications are, but also my law enforcement background know how important the funding is for these additional programs and probation. So while I may vote no today, I certainly want the good senator to know that in that subcommittee, I plan to work alongside him to find a resolution that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Is there further discussion or comment on the bill before us? If not, Madam Administrator.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Stafstrom.
Representative Stafstrom, in the affirmative.
Senator Casser.
Senator Casser votes yes.
Can you please repeat?
Senator Casser votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan. Senator Champagne.
I'm sorry, Madam Administrator. Representative Callahan votes no.
Thank you. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Perfect. Representative DeMassa.
Representative DeMassa votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Could you please repeat that, Representative Dubitsky?
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fiorello, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Perfect, thank you. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes no.
Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Thank you. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes in the affirmative.
Could you please repeat?
Yes, Senator Lesser votes in the affirmative.
Perfect, thank you. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm. Representative Palm votes yes. Thank you, Representative Palm. Representative Pavlik D'Amato.
Pavlik D'Amato votes no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Could you please repeat? Thank you.
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Riley. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Beach votes no.
Perfect. Thank you. I mean, not perfect. Yeah, I'm not marking on your vote. I'm really marking on it. Timing was perfect. Thank you. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Young.
All right, moving on to item number 8, Senate Bill number 986, an act concerning revisions to the Uniform Trust Code, etc. I will entertain a motion for JF.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Quinn. This is a bill that comes to us from the Bar Association, the Connecticut Bar Association. It makes certain revisions, technical corrections and revisions to the Connecticut Uniform Trust Code, which we passed 2 years ago to substantially modify and update our antiquated trust laws in the state. And the other major thing it does is codify one of the governor's executive orders, which allows business corporations in the state to hold shareholder meetings remotely. Madam Administrator, there is an amendment which has been distributed. I would move the amendment, which will strike in line 113 will strike applicable law and insert in lieu thereof authority under the trust instrument, a statute or court order, and in line 158 after act, insert in good faith. I don't know if you can display the amendment. All right, there we go. Okay. So I have moved this amendment. I will entertain a second on the amendment.
Second.
I've got a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on the amendment? Is there discussion on the amendment? If not, I will try your minds. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed to the amendment say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. This amendment, I should have said, addresses the concern we heard with the underlying language in the bill from the probate court administrator. She has signed off after working with the Bar Association on this amendment. With the amendment now adopted, is there discussion on the underlying bill as amended? Is there discussion on the underlying bill as amended? If not, Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item 8, Senate Bill 986, an act concerning revisions to the Connecticut Uniform Trust Code, et cetera, to the consent calendar.
Is there opposition to or objection to placing this item on consent? Any objection? If not, so ordered. This item is placed on consent as amended. Next, we will move on to item number 9 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 988, an act concerning judicial compensation. I'll entertain a motion for a JF to the floor.
So move.
And a second. I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Fishbein. This bill comes to us from the recommendations of the Judicial Compensation Commission, which met and has recommended an increase in judicial salaries of 4.5% effective July 1 of this year, and an increase the following July of at least 2.5% tied to the consumer price index. During the committee hearing on this, it was represented to us that the commission had made a finding that based on cost of living factors and otherwise, that we are compensating our judges at or near the bottom of the 50 states, I believe it was represented. We were either 44 or 45 in compensation for our judges based on cost of living consideration. By adopting this bill, we would move to the middle of the pack. Certainly not to the high end of the states. We would still compensate our judges far less than federal judges in the state are compensated, but would at least bring us towards the middle of the pack of what state court judges are compensated based on cost of living factors. Is there discussion of this bill? Is there discussion? If not, Madam Administrator, could you please call the roll? Oh, hold on a second, Madam Administrator. Senator Champagne.
Sorry, trying to play with the buttons. I've got several devices going. So can you tell me what the average salary of a judge is right now?
I believe a Superior Court judge in the state of Connecticut makes I want to say $168,000 a year.
That's the average, or is that the low number?
All Superior Court judges are paid the same.
Oh, okay.
All the Superior Court judges receive the same compensation. And what is interesting about that, or somewhat problematic about that, is a judge in Stanford, where the average salary and the cost of living is higher, makes the same as a judge in other parts of the state that don't have quite the same cost of living structure.
Okay, and so we have the 4.5% and the 2.5% the following year. Do you know what the fiscal cost over the 2 years is going to be as a total?
I don't. I mean, I guess we could figure it out. I'm told judges make $172,000 a year. I believe we have around 150. We have around 150 judges. So 4.5% of 172 times 150. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but that's the rough fiscal cost.
That's all right. I can figure it out. 4.5% is above what the average is right now across Connecticut. And I know that we have a lot of state employees that are non-union that haven't gotten raises anywhere near this. So I think I'm going to vote no to flag this because and once I work out all the numbers, I can make my decision on the floor as a final. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had served on a previous Judicial Compensation Commission, And the first salary increase in this bill is slightly below where we thought we would end up in the series of raises that we had passed. So while the 4.5% does seem high and perhaps out of the ordinary, it's really a catch up to something that should have been done 4 or 5 years ago based on the findings of the commission that I sat on.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Appreciate that, and certainly your service on that commission. Representative Dubitzky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we are in the middle of a pandemic. The state has been locked down for nearly a year or more than a year. There are thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people across the state who have no work or income whatsoever. And we're considering giving enormous raises to people who make $170,000 a year. I think it's atrocious. I'm voting against it. Thank you.
Further questions or comments on the bill before us? Further questions or comments? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
okay, could you please repeat? I apologize.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kasser.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Could you just slow down your name a little bit? I mean, now you're all set, but go ahead and repeat, please.
Sure. Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Thank you. Representative Conley. Representative Curry.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Conley. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Jamasa.
Representative Damassa votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Sure. Representative Damassa votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Damasa. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Doucette. Representative Dubitzky.
Representative Dubitzky votes no.
Thank you, Representative Dubitzky. Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexer. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Can you please repeat?
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
We just want to increase your face time in case you're getting paid.
I see.
Royalties or something every time we see your face.
A commission.
If you took all the pay that you've made at this General Assembly and separated into types on the screen, oh Lord. Anyways, Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Senator Hess.
Representative Harding.
I got you, Representative Harding. Thank you. Senator Haskell. Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm. Representative Palm votes yes. Thank you. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes no.
Thank you. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Verbimbis votes yes.
Zach, how you doing?
Could you please, Representative Sims, could you just hold on one moment, please? Representative Rabimbus, could you please repeat?
Representative Verbimbis votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes no.
Thank you, Representative Riley. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
We didn't get lucky 2 times in a row. Could you please repeat?
Representative Veach votes no.
I'm still not seeing you, Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Try one more time, because now I see you. I have to see you and hear you at the same time. Go ahead.
Rep Veach votes no.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Walker and Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Young.
All right, moving on, item number 10, House Bill number 5598, an act concerning a property owner's liability for the expenses of removing a fallen tree or limb. I'll entertain a motion for JF.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Representative Sims, a second from Representative Fishbein. This is our annual tree bill. Folks who've been on this committee before know this has been around for quite some time to try to address the issue of where a tree is dying on one person's property and falls onto another. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, these trees are always very difficult. These cases are always very difficult to do. And I think this is a bill that moves us forward towards clarifying and to a better place. I will express that members of my caucus are concerned about certain aspects of the bill, particularly the exemptions would have the government not be as exempted as much as it is. I'm going to support it coming out of committee. I hope that we can work on some of that stuff. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a question. What about trees that are that form part of the property line? For example, in Eastern Connecticut, at least many property descriptions identify a tree as one of the landmarks in the meets and bounds description, meaning that the tree is half on one property and half on the other. How is that accounted for in this bill? Who owns the tree?
Representative, that's an excellent question. News to me. I've only had, I've never come across that issue in my practice. I've had the issue where somebody mistakenly plants a tree on someone else's property, not knowing exactly where the property line is. But I have not encountered that situation, so I can't begin to address it.
Okay. Do you know, Mr. Chairman, or is there anybody who knows what the ramifications of that would be with regard to this bill? You know, one would figure that if the tree is half owned by one and half owned by the other, the tree falls down on one side, how does this bill affect that situation? I guess I need to know that before voting for this bill. Does LCO know? Is there anybody who can answer that question?
Representative, like I said, I guess I would need to know more. I never understood that a tree could be located on two pieces of property. I had, like I said, everyone I've experienced, a property line is a property line, and the tree, I think if it's more on one side than more on the other, then that's the real property it is located on. That's the best I can give you through you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I note that in lines, the beginning part of the bill, it says if a tree located on private real property or a limb for some such tree falls on an adjoining private property owner's land. So that's pretty clear. That would be a condition precedent to this law becoming operative. It doesn't deal with who owns the tree. But certainly if the tree is on the borderline, as the representative gives the scenario, it isn't the ownership of the tree, it's the actual activity on the other person's property that would be invoked here. That's the way I read the language. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Fishbein. I think you explained that a little better than I did, but that was what I was trying to get at. Is I don't think the bill before us necessarily changes the ramifications of ownership of a tree. The idea is if someone owns a tree, if it's located on the property, then this bill applies to it. Further discussion or comment on this bill? Senator Champagne.
Thank you. I have concerns with the exemptions and the fact that, if the tree is owned by the water company, by the electric company, or anybody else, and they're notified, hey, you have a dead tree that could fall on my house, and then the tree falls on your house, that we're not holding them responsible. And, that I'm going to vote no today because of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment on the bill? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Can you please repeat, Senator Winfield? We didn't see your face at the time you were speaking.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Okay, at least we saw you. Thank you. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Thank you. Senator Kasser.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you. Representative DeMassa.
Representative DeMassa votes yes.
Could you please repeat your name, Representative DeMassa?
Representative DeMassa.
Thank you. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Doucette. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fiorello, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Representative Gilchrist, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes no.
Thank you, Representative Godfrey. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Labriola. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Oh, can we see the face?
Yeah, baby too.
So cute. Thank you. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Palm. Palm votes yes. Thank you. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Walker and Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will move on to item number 11, House Bill number 6321, an act concerning adoption and implementation of the Connecticut Parentage Act. I will entertain a motion for a JFS LCO number 6113. Again, it's a JFS on item number 11, LCO number 6113.
So moved, Senator Lesser.
Second.
Seconded.
I got a motion from Senator Lesser, a second from Senator Kasser. Senator Kasser, will you remark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This act, the Connecticut Parentage Act, would bring our statutes in line with the Constitution and also with the Uniform Parentage Act. It would allow all children to have equal access to a secure and legal parent-child relationship. So this would impact children who were born with assisted reproduction. It would secure the rights of all parents in same-sex marriages and dual-sex marriages that use assisted reproduction to have their children. It would also update the DPH form, the Acknowledgement of Parent form. Currently, it's called Acknowledgement of Paternity, and we want to recognize that parents are not always male, and that Acknowledgement of Parentage is the more appropriate term. This has the support of the judicial branch. It has the support of the probate court. It is the product of several years of work led by our colleague, Representative Curry, who is really the leader on this bill. He unfortunately couldn't be here today to present it, so I'm doing it in his stead. But it really, it benefits children by providing the secure legal relationship with their intended parents, and also then the reciprocal relationship from the parents to provide the child with all of the benefits of parenting, both financial and emotional. That's it. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there questions or comments on the bill? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions. I just want to say that I do support the underlying intent of this bill. I was glad to be able to meet with the advocates within the last few weeks, as well as Representative Curry. We did have a vigorous conversation about various scenarios and how this language would be employed. And, you know, it's very hard, I believe, that children should have two parents, whether they come from wherever. And this bill allows children to grow up in that atmosphere with equal rights across the board. So I'm glad that I was able to have that opportunity to have those conversations, to review the bill, and I'm certainly supportive. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Further questions or comments on this bill? If not, I want to certainly echo the thanks to Representative Curry and Professor Doug Najim for, and also LCO, particularly Attorney Bill O'Shea, for their years of work on this bill. It is a lengthy and technically involved bill, and as important as it is, oftentimes in the General Assembly, you know, an important issue takes a lot of time and attention and detail, and pages upon pages of drafting, particularly going through each and every section of the general statutes to make sure the terminology and the phraseology is right. And I want to thank all of them for their steadfast dedication in refining and re-refining this bill to get it to the product it is here today. And certainly also thank the ranking member for his attention to this over the last couple of weeks to get us here as well. With that, if there's no further questions, then Representative Fishbein, do you have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item 11, House Bill 6321, an act concerning adoption and implementation of the Connecticut Parentage Act, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, it is so ordered. Next, we'll move to House Bill number 6356, an act adopting the Uniform Commercial Real Estate Receivership Act. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. I have a motion from Representative Fishbein and a second from Senator Winfield. The bill before us comes to us from the Uniform Law Commissioner, and particularly Uniform Law Commissioner Barry Hawkins. And this bill makes it so that it provides rules and guidelines for courts in Connecticut to be able to appoint a receiver of rent to collect all rents derived from commercial property that has fallen into default in appropriate circumstances. Madam Administrator, I believe we distributed an amendment on this. If you could display the amendment. Okay, the amendment before us, well, let me do this. I will move the amendment before us. Is there a second on the amendment?
Second.
There's a second on the amendment from Senator Winfield. The amendment before us essentially changes the effective date. This was a request of the judicial branch in order to allow them to make conforming practice book rule changes to implement the bill before us. Is there discussion on the amendment? Is there discussion on the amendment? If not, let me try your minds. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Seeing none, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there discussion on the underlying bill as amendment?
Excuse me, Representative Stafford, who made the, who seconded that amendment?
Senator Winfield. I made the motion. Senator Winfield. Okay. Senator Winfield seconded.
Thank you.
Discussion on the underlying bill. Discussion on the underlying bill. If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item number 12, the House Bill 6356, an act adopting the Uniform Commercial Real Estate Receivership Act, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, it is so ordered. Next, I will turn our attention to item number 13. I will entertain a motion to JF to the floor, House Bill number 6455, an act concerning impeding or obstructing the General Assembly and interference with or assault upon a Capitol Police officer.
So moved.
Seconded.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Blumenthal. This is a bill that I'll admit I drafted as we were sitting there on the night of January 6th and into the morning of January 7th after the horrific insurrection on the U.S. Capitol, and looking at what our statutes in Connecticut would treat such an incident were to occur on our state capitol. I was, I guess, pleased to find that, in fact, there are statutes from the 1970s on the books about impeding the operations of the state legislature. But it's my belief that those statutes are woefully outdated. For example, it makes it a misdemeanor offense to swear at a legislator. My wife would be guilty of that several times a day, I suppose, and thought that was outdated for our current purposes. The bill also does not envision a situation where, well, let me back up. The current law envisions a situation where official documents, physical documents of the General Assembly, such as a physical bill, are stolen or tampered with. But it does not envision a state-issued laptop or other electronic device that contains confidential and proprietary information of the General Assembly or identifying constituent data being taken. This bill attempts to harmonize those older statutes, bring them in line with modern times, and also clears up an ambiguity in our statute as to whether assault of a Capitol Police officer is treated the same way as assault on a municipal police officer would be, and would attempt to provide additional protection and security for our own state Capitol Police Department in clearing up that ambiguity in the bill before us. With that, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the intent of trying to clarify the statute, but there's language in here that I believe is entirely subjective and can be used for any number of reasons. For example, one of the things that is now illegal, and I believe under this bill would be a Class D felony, is engaging in tumultuous language. I can't imagine what that would be. That would be an entirely subjective decision by the police, by prosecutors, by the judge, to determine whether or not somebody had uttered tumultuous language. I'm a little surprised that in 2021, that type of text would be included in a bill limiting the speech, especially the political speech of people who presumably are protesting the government, to make it a felony to utter tumultuous language to the legislature just seems very subjective and opens the door to all sorts of abuse. Also, unreasonable noise. What's unreasonable? Does Hartford have a noise ordinance? If a given demonstration, people are chanting and protesting, their goal generally is to make noise and to make the legislature understand that they're out there and hear them. It just seems that making those a Class D felony understanding where this came from. That came from a violent riot, but having unreasonable noise and tumultuous language as Class D felonies in the wake of an actual riot seems like an extreme overstretch to me, leaving open very subjective text in this bill that could easily be used against any group or any person that attempts to exercise their First Amendment rights to ensure that the legislators know their position. So I'm very concerned about that and can't support the bill because of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Jablonski. I would just respond to that, I think you are reading out the beginning part of that section where that language applies. There also has to be an intent to disrupt, disturb, or otherwise interfere with the operations of the General Assembly. So the act of making noise itself certainly is not prohibited, is not unlawful. But what is when that rises to a level where the intent is to prevent the General Assembly from conducting its business, then that's the point at which it has crossed the line. And I'm certainly happy to work with you as this moves forwards to clarify that. But I just want it to be clear for the members that simply making noise is not enough to engender liability under this bill.
Can I just respond to that?
Please.
I certainly understand that, but if in line 64, with the intent to disturb or disrupt, well, when a group has a rally, certainly their intent is to bring disturbing issues to the fore. And if legislators inside the building say they are disturbed, and the intent of the rally is to make their voices heard, it seems very, very subjective to me as to, and how do you indicate the intent of a crowd with the intent to, how do you say, well, the intent of this group of 500 people was X? I'm sorry, when we're talking about curtailing the First Amendment rights of groups of people to petition their elected officials, I think we need to be a lot tighter than that. And I apologize, but this leaves way too much to speculation and interpretation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I certainly understand your perspective, but I would just respond that this is not looking at what, if you read line 65 through 66 of the section of the bill you just referred to, this is not about disrupting an individual legislator, right? It's not that, Chairman Staffstrom was disturbed. It's that either a session meeting or an entire session of the General Assembly or an entire committee meeting was unable to perform its function. How you judge that intent, I think we saw that on January 6th quite clearly, that there was an intent to disrupt the Senate from doing its business on that particular date and time. That's the type of incident I believe would be captured under this language. Representative Rabimbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you as well for this proposal before us. I would just welcome the opportunity based, I think, Representative Dubinsky and your dialogue back and forth I think that more clarity as to what the intent of this bill is and the language for consistency purposes, I think would be important. Certainly the Capitol building, the LOB, these are the people's house. We want to make sure that the Capitol Police, and certainly it's not anything new, is fully protected, as well as all the legislators and everyone who reports to work in those buildings. But at the same time, I think it should certainly have some similarity with the standards that we have set for our Supreme Court. For many of our other government buildings throughout the state of Connecticut, I don't think that we should be of any more heightened, test in that regard. And I just want to make sure that the language truly is clear, and the standard is equal throughout the state of Connecticut for all the other buildings. And because I haven't had the opportunity to do that, and I had some concerns regarding the subjectiveness of those wordings as well, to Representative Dubinsky's point, many of times, and I recall, certainly not too long ago, our legislative office building being completely packed with the public, voicing their opinions on a variety of different issues. That in and of itself did cause noise for the business of the committee meetings. Some of us may see that as interrupting. Some of us may see that as certainly the public in the process at work. So I just want to make sure that there is no room for an abuse of power as to the interpretation of what the intent of the proposal before us is. So if a good chairman would allow us to continue that dialogue, I think I certainly too with some others may just vote against it to flag it. But again, I think the intent of it is laudable. I think if it's a matter also of updating the information as you've described is important. So I certainly look forward to participating and seeing that moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And certainly I will represent, as I always am, I'm certainly willing to continue to dialogue on language and refine this. I guess I would just comment that the language Representative Dubinsky was referring to, most of it was in current statute. It's in the 1973 statute. I think I have tightened it up from the original 1973 statute. So to the extent we've had large demonstrations in the hall of the Legislative Office Building, that activity would have been governed by the 1973 statute, which I believe the bill before us is tighter than. If we need to make it tighter still, I am more than amenable to that. This is meant to be a cleanup of, I think, old and probably rarely used statutes, but certainly bubbled up at the beginning of this legislative session for us to, and I wanted to start a conversation to begin that process. Representative O'Day, followed by Senator Lesser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I am going to vote to bring this out based on the good chairman's comments. I would like to work with him and Representative Dubinsky and Representative Rabimbis to, I think the word tumultuous is a new word that was added. And again, I see what the good chairman was looking to do in tightening this up, and I appreciate that. And I will look forward to working with him further to tighten it up even further. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Tumultuous appears in previous law in line 15 of the bill, just for the record. Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your words for legislative intent. Obviously, this bill is in response to the attempted insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, and I think I speak for a lot of members in supporting efforts to crack down on it, but want to make sure that we don't open the door for future actions that could crack down on legitimate First Amendment activity. So, I am willing to be supportive of efforts to make sure that we are protected at the Capitol. But if in the future we could tighten up that existing language even further to make sure that this doesn't infringe on protected speech, I think that would be helpful for me, and it would allow me to support it on the floor of the Senate.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Representative Day, both of you, for those comments and for your support here today. Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in your introductory remarks, you had mentioned that this bill has something to do with when one swears at a legislator. And if you could just direct me to that portion of this bill that does something with regard to that.
Representative, my representation was we have taken that language out. If you look at line 16 of the bill, you'll see that the tumultuous language that Representative Dubitzky flagged was in existing law at line 15 that carries over into the new bill. But the language about using abusive or obscene language or making an obscene gesture, that has been taken out of the new language. In line,
okay. So whereas
line 16 is bracketed out.
So whereas actionable prior here to this bill would allow that activity. So actionable against that individual previously here too, by bracketing it out, it would permit that activity. Is that fair to say?
It is. You know, I guess we could argue round and round, but you know, I would say swearing at a legislator, while it might not be polite or nice, should not be a Class A misdemeanor as it is under existing law.
Okay, I thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Champagne.
I just want to clarify something. If 30 or 40,000 people show up at the Capitol and they're all yelling because they're upset about a bill that we're raising, and it's so noisy that it disturbs either the House or the Senate, that they are all in violation of this law?
Only if it rises to the level of preventing the General Assembly from conducting its business.
Well, they're so loud that even even the tapes inside are picking the noise up, and it's disturbing because there's just so many people out there because they're just all upset about an issue. Would they be in violation of this law?
My reading of the bill is only if it gets to the point of interfering with or disrupting the operations of the General Assembly, preventing the General Assembly from conducting its business.
Well, if you can't hear inside the chambers because you have so many people outside yelling, that would be interfering with it. And I just want to make this point because, you know, people are allowed to come to the Capitol and express their concerns. And if we have that many people and they're all very loud outside, according to this bill, they would be guilty of this. And I just think that's wrong. And we've got to be very careful on how this bill is crafted, that we're not violating anybody's First Amendment rights and basically violating the fact that they should be able to come to the Capitol. We've opened up most of Connecticut and we still left the Capitol closed, which is a problem as well. So thank you.
Yeah, Senator, all I would say again is this bill is actually tighter than and less restrictive than existing law is on that point. There is no new language in this bill on that prohibition. If I have attempted to tighten it up, if folks want to tighten it even further, as I've represented, I'm willing to engage in that discussion. This was an attempt to tighten what is already existing law. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up. I have been in the Capitol when 50,000 people were out in the lawn screaming and yelling, and it was very muted. It's a very solidly constructed building. So is the LOB. Yes, you could hear them, but it did not interfere with just regular conversations that were going on in the building. It did not stop any of the procedures or of the General Assembly from going forward. It didn't stop any of this because while the Capitol isn't soundproof, it is quite noise deadening. So I'm not the least bit concerned practically that having a tumult tumult going on outside by a very large group of people would rise practically as a question of fact as this kind of disruption. And tumultuousness means riotousness, and what happened in Washington was a riot. And it wasn't an attempted insurrection. It was an insurrection. And I think that needs to be handled now here in the 21st century when there are just entire groups preaching civil war. But most especially, I think this bill protects the state capitol police. More than anything else, it protects the state capitol police. And therefore, I certainly encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Godfrey. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking on a very difficult issue. I'm going to keep thinking through this, and I think some of the comments are really well taken. What I would focus on is the behavior, not the content of the speech, and make sure that that enforcement would be equally applied. But it does seem to me, and there have been other times in my life that this happened, that it seems that the energy of the crowd takes over and people break through the guardrails, whether I'm not sure in every case I would necessarily want to characterize all of them because I can't look into their hearts, but there is a particular behavior that takes over. If some of the people there are at the Capitol with the intent to prevent us from doing our business, that is a grave matter. We are there representing the people. And so that's important. If they're out there simply viewing and expressing their views pro or con what we are doing, then that's a little bit different. Although obviously there are misdemeanor statutes if their behavior gets out of control. It is tough. I think that we should be very wary about First Amendment issues, but we also have to be respectful of the safety of our police officers and also of ourselves and our staff in the building. And so whether it was triggered in January or not, this has happened before. There are bills there are statutes on the books. I think there's a way to do this. The test will be to make sure that it's applied fairly to behavior and not to content.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Dubitzky again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do think that we need to keep an eye on the very, very significant legal and practical distinction between behavior and speech. And unfortunately, what this bill does is it changes those distinctions. In the old language at line 15 and 16, it talks about violent, tumultuous, or threatening behavior. But in the new bill, it talks about violent, tumultuous, or threatening behavior or language. So it does change it significantly. It includes speech where it had previously only included behavior. It also changes from a Class A misdemeanor to a Class D felony. So it adds tumultuous language, speech, into a statute that had previously dealt with violent conduct. And I think we need to be very careful to make sure that we recognize there's a distinction between what happened in Washington on January 6th, which was conduct, and what had previously before then been simply speech. And there is a line, and sometimes it's crossed between groups that are engaging in speech which is protected, and they transmit and they change their behavior from engaging in speech to acting out. And we need to make sure that our law recognizes that line, that the speech part is generally protected, where acting out and becoming violent is not. And unfortunately, this language mixes the two, where our current law does not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And again, I'm happy to work with you as this moves forward. I guess my only concluding comment on it would be that as Representative Godfrey alluded to, I believe there are times in which tumultuous or riot-inducing speech should be criminally punishable, particularly when that riot-inducing speech is directed at preventing or encouraging folks to prevent a legislative body from conducting its lawful duties. And I do think we need to be careful not to write that type of conduct completely out of statute, particularly given what we've seen transpire in this country over the last several months. Madam Administrator, and I see no further questions or comments. If you could call the roll, please.
Winfield. Representative Stafstrom.
Representative Stafstrom votes yes.
Senator Kasser.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Senator Anwar, so we could see you?
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Damassa.
Representative Damassa votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Yes, Representative Damassa votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Damassa. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Thank you. Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexer. Representative
Fiorello votes no.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Could you please repeat your name and the vote again, just so we can see at the same time?
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Senator Flexer. Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Thank you. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes in the affirmative.
Could you please repeat?
Yes, Senator Lesser votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes in the affirmative and is happy to give Representative or Senator Lesser any help. I miss those times.
I'll call on you for babysitting, Representative.
Representative Palm. Representative Palm votes yes. Thank you, Representative Palm. Representative Pavlak-D'Amato. Clarify the bill number. Representative Pavlik D'Amato, we are on HB 6455, an act concerning impeding or obstructing the General Assembly and interfering with or assault upon a state capitol police officer.
Pavlik D'Amato votes no.
Thank you. Representative Porter, Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Riley. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Thank you, Representative Veach. Representative Walker and Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you.
Madam
very much.
Administrator.
Yes, Representative, excuse me, Senator Winfield, how do you care to vote?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was voting in another committee. Senator Winfield in the affirmative. And if Senator Lesser wants, I'll let him come babysit the twins and I'll take the one baby he has.
All right. Now that we've got babysitters lined up for JF week, we can move on to the next item on our agenda, which is House Bill 6538, item 14, an act making revisions to the Common Interest Ownership Act. I'll entertain a motion for JF to the floor.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Representative Fishbein. The bill before us is another one of these, which is the product of the COVID pandemic, not just necessitating changes to how business operates, but also showing that there is a more effective way to conduct business in many respects. This bill allows condominium and homeowners associations to have electronic meetings and to vote electronically. We received testimony during the public hearing process that, in fact, homeowner association meeting attendance is up across many associations across Connecticut because folks can Zoom in from the comfort of their living room at night in order to do so. So this would make that ability permanent. It would also allow for electronic access to association documents and would allow for notices of hearing to be communicated via regular mail and email in order to better appreciate 21st century technology and communication modes. Is there question or discussion on this bill? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Senator Winfield. Representative Stafstrom.
Representative Stafstrom votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Sorry, could you please repeat?
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative DeMassa. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Doucette. Representative Dubinsky.
Representative Dubinsky votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fiorello. Senator Fletcher. Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Could you please repeat with your video?
Yep, sorry. Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Palm. Representative Palm votes yes. Thank you. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Representative Urbimbis. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. That was perfect. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Young.
Madam Administrator, Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator Whitfield.
All right, moving on. We are going to hold item 15, item 16, an act concerning the filing of a civil action for malicious prosecution, House Bill number 6592. I will entertain a motion of JF to the floor.
So moved.
So second.
A motion from Representative Fishbein, a second from Senator Winfield. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The tort of malicious prosecution is a kind of lawsuit that can be brought by someone who is falsely accused of a crime against a private person who falsely accused them of that crime and caused their prosecution. Under current law, the statute of limitations for bringing that kind of claim, or the period within, otherwise known as the period in which you can bring that claim, starts at the time that false accusation took place. As many well may know, criminal prosecutions can take years, and it may take years for an essential element of that claim to take place, which is that the prosecution ended in favor of the person who brings the claim. As a result, we are changing in this bill the statute of limitation in that it will, instead of running from the time of the false accusation, it will run from the termination of the criminal proceeding that is the subject of the action.
Questions or comments on this item? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item 16, House Bill 6592, an act concerning the filing of a civil action for malicious prosecution, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Item number 17, House Bill number 6593, an act protecting a mortgagor from an unreasonable invasion of his or her privacy by a mortgage holder. JF to the floor.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion from Representative Godfrey. I have a second from Senator Winfield. Representative Blumenthal, followed by Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill addresses a problem that's been observed in a number of places around the state, especially in the Danbury area, and that's why you'll hear from Representative Godfrey, who's been a champion of this bill. That problem is owners of a mortgage, so a finance company or bank, sending people onto the property of owner-occupied real estate that is subject to the mortgage and conducting activities, whether maintenance or changing the locks or other matters on that property without the permission of the person who possesses the property and lives there. So the bill prevents this from happening by barring any contract clause from being interpreted to allow this behavior. It bars any owner of a mortgage or their agent from sending people onto the property to do this behavior, and it bars future agreements as a condition of granting a mortgage that would allow this behavior. To be clear, the mortgagee would still be allowed to send someone onto the property either with the permission of the owner or with an order of the Superior Court for the judicial district where the property is situated.
Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to report that no Connecticut banks have engaged in this particular bad behavior. It's mostly it's been out-of-state banks that have been the problem. And as I said during the public hearing, this actually came out of an incident here in Danbury, but it's not unique. It's happened in other places in Connecticut where someone who's been hired by the mortgage holder has come in, broken into the premises, even if the owner is in possession, change the locks. It's like they're being evicted without any kind of due process. So we're trying to fix that. There's been some discussion back and forth between the attorney who brought this to my attention and some of the mortgage people trying to figure out the difference between a foreclosure and a non-foreclosure. So the discussion continues. I have not gotten any report back yet on the outcome of those discussions. And as soon as I do have them, we'll share them with Representative Fishbein and others to talk about them. But I hope that today we can move this bill forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Representative Doucette, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to be supporting this today to move out of committee because I think it's as a matter of policy, it is good policy. However, as Representative Godfrey noted, I have heard those concerns from the banks in the mortgage industry on some of the language. I guess particularly I do have the concern that the Fannie Freddie standard mortgage document does allow, for example, in the case of an abandonment of the property, the mortgagee to enter to winterize the property and things like that. So would want to see at a minimum how that would be addressed in the language and perhaps carved out. Now, the issue of abandonment can be a difficult one to ascertain, especially from somebody who's just simply acting on behalf of the mortgagee to go over and winterize the property. So that's a concern, and I have seen it happen before where folks have indeed been had their property unlawfully entered upon and have been ejected from their property unlawfully. So like I said, I will be supporting it. I think it is as a matter of policy is a good one, but would certainly welcome working with Representative Godfrey and others on the language of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate my comments. I'm going to vote no to flag this. I do like the concept. I do have concerns. It's been brought to my attention that the state of Washington did pass something similar to this, and now they're having issues, as Representative Doucette that had mentioned, with winterization and the good things that can happen by entering an abandoned property. But so I'm looking forward to working with the proponents and trying to resolve the issues that some of the banks have in getting this voted out of the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Representative Blumenthal?
In answer to some of the concerns voiced by my colleagues, while I think certainly the proponents of the bill would agree to continue working on the language to see if it can be improved, some of your concerns may be assuaged by the fact that under the current language, a mortgage holder would be able to go onto the property, winterize it, either with the permission of the owner occupier, or if they got a finding of abandonment from the Superior Court, which they would be able to do.
Representative Godfrey.
Thank you. Good points have been made. The circumstances out of which this arose, the property was definitely not abandoned. Yet, the mortgage holder, a reverse mortgage company, came in, changed the locks, broke in, changed the locks, and excluded the executrix of the estate that was that had cleaned up the property, was taking care of the property, and it was for sale. There's a big for sale sign right in front of the house. So I understand the nuance, and I just want to say that where there is possession, at the very least, a mortgage company must let the possessor know that they have a problem. This doesn't prohibit emergency. This isn't intended to prohibit abandoned property from being kept up by the mortgage holder. This is to prevent mostly out of state mortgage lenders to just stay out of the house with at least talk to the possessor and try and work something out. And in lieu of that, go to a court. I don't see a lot of this going to court practically, but that's what's going on with this proposal. Thank you.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think as expressed previously at the public hearing, I find the activity that underlies this to be reprehensible. The fact of the matter is that the mortgage is not being paid, then the lender is construing this very broad provision within the mortgage documents to give them carte blanche to enter and to change the locks and things like that. You know, the fact of the matter is that I think the language is pretty clear in the bill that's before us, in that it doesn't permit the interpretation by one party. It says that it prevents the provision to be construed to permit that. So I think even if we were to pass this law, the provision could be very clear right there in the mortgage documents. You don't pay your mortgage for a certain period of time or this time of year. You know, you're giving the bank the opportunity to X, Y, and Z. I think that's the problem, that the preservation of property clause is very broadly drafted, and the normal person reading that clause doesn't know that one could construe it to be that far. You know, the other thing is, this is a situation where there's a contractual obligation to pay a mortgage. There's been failure by one of the parties. And the bank, instead of instituting a foreclosure action where they could petition the court to access the property if they make the representation as an officer of the court that the property is abandoned, the court more than likely is going to give them access. You know, I had a case where the mortgage hadn't been paid for about 6 years. The bank chose not to file a foreclosure, but they used self-help, and they kept on doing this self-help. Well, you know, the procedures are in place. File an action, get an order to the court. Don't be walking in on people's living rooms. And, you know, I think this is a good bill and ought to pass. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, I want to thank Representative Godfrey for bringing this to our attention and the discussion here today. Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Could you please repeat, Senator Winfield?
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you so much, Senator Winfield. Representative Staffstrom,
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
could you please repeat with your
Yep.
voices?
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Thank you so much. Senator Kasser?
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
could you please repeat? I just didn't see the beginning of you with your pronouncing. your name.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you so much. Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes. I don't know if Senator Lesser's on a trampoline or not, but I do vote yes.
thank you, Representative Fishbein. Senator Anwar, Senator Bradley, Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes yes.
thank you. Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
thank you. Representative Curry, Representative Dillon, Representative Damassa,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
could you please repeat, Representative Dillon?
Sorry?
Could you please repeat your name and your vote, please?
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Damassa, Representative Doucette,
Representative Doucette votes yes.
thank you. Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
could you please repeat?
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Perfect, thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
thank you, Representative. Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
thank you, Representative Gilchrist. Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
perfect, thank you, Representative Godfrey. Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
thank you, Representative Harding. Senator Haskell, Representative
Senator
Howard.
Haskell votes. I'm sorry.
No,
Senator
go
Haskell
ahead.
votes
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
thank you, Representative Howard. Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Representative, Senator Lesser on the trampoline. or
Senator
bouncing the
Senator Lesser, sadly not on a trampoline, votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Palm, Representative Palm votes yes. Thank you. Representative Pavlik Tomato, Pavlik Tomato votes yes. Thank you. Representative Porter, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
thank you. Representative Rabimbus, Representative Riley,
Representative Riley votes yes.
thank you, Representative Riley. Senator Sampson, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes.
thank you, Representative Veach. Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
thank you.
Madam, Representative Walker, you are muted, so you have to unmute.
Sorry. Representative Walker votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Walker.
And Deb, Senator Anwar, I missed initially. Senator Anwar votes yes as well.
Thank you, Senator Anwar.
Okay, we are moving on to item number 18, House Bill number 6605, an act concerning business registrations, trademark names, the commercial recording and the commercial recording division within the Office of the Secretary of the State. I will entertain a motion for JF.
So moved.
And a second. I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Sims. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a bill of the Secretary of State. It makes a bunch of changes. It changes the name of the Commercial Recording Division to the Business Services Division. It makes a bunch of different changes to provisions of the registration of businesses and the provisions governing trade names. It creates a list for registered agents. In its current form, it allows notaries to conduct remote notarial acts, but I am going to offer an oral amendment to strike sections 35 through 37. And so I make, I would move that sections 35 through 37 be stricken as an amendment.
I will second the amendment. All right, so we have right now we have an amendment offered by Senator Winfield, seconded by Representative Stafstrom to strike sections 35 through 37 in their entirety. I believe we're sharing the amendment. We are. Is there discussion on the offered amendment? Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, I will try your minds. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there discussion on the underlying bill? Is there discussion? There we go. I don't see any discussion on the underlying bill. So Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item 18, House Bill 6605, an act concerning business registrations, etc., as amended to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Moving on to item 19, House Bill 6656, an act confirming and adopting the general statutes. I'll entertain a motion for JF.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion from Representative Fishbein, a second from Senator Winfield. Senator Winfield.
Yes, this is a bill we get annually. What this does is it makes sure that our statutes conform to the point of revision at January 1, 2021. It's a bill we do so that we have revised statutes that are up to date, and we should pass it.
Questions or comments on this? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item number 19, House Bill 6656, an act confirming and adopting volumes 1 through 13, inclusive of the general statutes revised to January 1, 2021, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, we will move to item number 20 on our agenda, House Bill number 6657, an act concerning human trafficking. I'll entertain a motion for a JF.
So moved.
Seconded.
I got a motion from Representative Gilchrist, a second from Representative Blumenthal. Representative Gilchrist, would you explain?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 7 sections to this bill. The first section adds a number of representatives from various organizations to the Trafficking in Persons Council so that they can help with our understanding and coordination of efforts. Section 2 is about immunity when witnesses are cooperative. It adds delinquency cases for those under the age of 18. Section 3 has to do with an affirmative defense. So that when there is a victim of trafficking under the age of 18, it would be an affirmative defense that they are a victim of trafficking. This is intended so that they can receive services while their proceedings are going forward. Additionally, that section changes our definition of sex trafficking from for a fee to anything of value. Section 4 changes the patronizing a prostitute statute, again, from for a fee to anything of value. Section 5 changes once again in commercial sexual abuse of a minor from for a fee to anything of value. Section 6 has to do with our training statutes with regards to human trafficking for a variety of entities in the states and adds EMS. Currently in this statute, at time of employment, folks have 6 months to receive that initial training, and then they had to be trained annually. This changes that training to every 3 years. And the final section, Section 7, has to do with vacatur. Currently in the state of Connecticut, if someone can show later in life that they have been the victim of human trafficking, they can have their prostitution charge vacated. This would expand that to all crimes, still leaving the discretion to the judge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I may, a question for the proponent.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Looking at Section 7, the way that this language currently lies, if someone who is involved in human trafficking as a victim, let's say, kills someone charged with murder, and are they able to use this Section 7 as a defense to that charge?
Representative Gilchrist.
So what Section 7 does, if someone was charged and convicted of murder, and then later in life could illustrate that they had been the victim of human trafficking at the time that they committed the murder, they could submit an application to have that charge vacated from their record. And then it would still be up to the judge to decide if there was enough evidence to do so.
Okay, and then looking at Section 3, line, starting at line 105 through 110, it appears to be similar language, and that would be a current case, I think, is the anticipation. Is that fair to say?
So what that section 3 only applies to victims under the age of 18. And what it's attempting to do is say that those under the age of 18 do have an affirmative defense of human trafficking.
Can you just point me to the line? I mean, I see in Section 3, line 106, it indicates that there's a delinquency proceeding. Can you just show me where it just has to do with the 18 years of age? You're going to the A section above?
Nope, it is that very next line. I'm flipping between screens, but 105 to 108, I'll read. It shall be an affirmative defense in any prosecution or delinquency proceeding under this section that the defendant was under 18 years of age and his or her participation in the offense was a result of having been a victim of conduct of another person that constitutes trafficking in persons.
So under that language, certain cases are tried in adult court. Is it intended to put those cases within the grasp of this provision?
No, the intent of this provision, what's currently happening is when someone under the age of 18 is identified as a possible victim of human trafficking, the defense lawyers, the public defenders have not wanted them to speak with any type of counseling service because of the fear that they will incriminate themselves. And so this is supposed to protect them by giving an affirmative defense that they are in fact a victim of human trafficking, which, to tie it back to our discussion of the vacatur, would protect them from incriminating themselves.
Well, I understand that public policy aspect of this, but just specifically when I look at the words, it says in any prosecution or delinquency proceeding. So delinquency proceeding would be in juvenile court, but it appears that the any prosecution is saying if a matter is in adult court, that this provision would apply to that proceeding.
I understand now, and yes, I believe, yes, it applies to both. And this language was agreed to by the defense bar, the Chief State's Attorney's Office, and advocates.
No, I understand. So now if a 17-year-old who's unfortunately involved in human trafficking is charged with murder, they would be able to attempt to use this affirmative defense in the context of the currently being adjudicated case. Is that fair to say?
I am unsure. With the language. I am unsure.
Well, I mean, and this is what I'm looking at. You know, it doesn't carve out, you know, C felony, D felony, E felony. So without having that in there, you know, I think all felonies, one would be able to use it because there would have to be express language. That's how I'm looking at it. Which, you know, I think is concerning. Certainly, you know, I will represent that I am fully in favor of the underlying intent of this bill. I think there's some really, really good stuff in here, especially to protect, you know, children that get involved in this unfortunate aspect of our society. So that's where my thought process is. And going back to section 7, just to address a portion of the concern that my caucus has with regard to this, Mr. Chairman, I do have a motion that I believe the clerk is in possession of, and that would be to strike and replace section 7, parent A of the bill that's before us, and if the clerk could share it so that I could explain. Okay, great. Deb, you're always on top of this. So this would carve out and allow the conviction to be vacated if it's a misdemeanor offense or a C, D, or E felony. That would be or any unclassified. That's the intent of this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Don't
Ranking
aspire. I do not aspire.
Some days I wouldn't mind trading with you. Representative Gilchrist, do you want to remark on the amendment?
Yes. So
Point of order, Mr. Chair, is there a second?
Correct. Thank you.
I'll second.
Second. Okay. Thank you. I got so flummoxed by the thought of Representative Fishbein as the chair that I forgot a second. So
did the public at large.
Yeah. So all right. So let's go back. Where we're at is we have a motion by Representative Fishbein. We have a second by Senator Champagne for the amendment on the screen, which would strike a portion of section 7. Representative Gilchrist is going to comment on the amendment.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Representative Fishbein, just so I'm clear, we were discussing section 3, but your amendment has to do with section 7. Is that correct?
That is clear. That is correct.
So there was much discussion at the public hearing regarding section 7 and if all classes of felony should be included. What we heard and we know from experiences of victims of human trafficking in the state is that some victims may be forced by their trafficker to, you need to get that money from that buyer and be given a gun. And so there actually might be a murder that takes place. What we know is more likely to occur is that traffickers will use their best victim to traffic other individuals. And so there are victims of trafficking that are being charged with trafficking in this state. And so I would recommend that we include all classes of felony in our vacature statute knowing that it is up to the judge's discretion. And so there will need to be evidence presented. Again, this is later in life if an individual understands, recognizes that they are a victim of human trafficking and seeks to have those charges vacated. So I would recommend that all members of the committee vote against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion on the amendment before Senator Champagne?
Thank you. And I'd like to comment on this because, you know, there is a victim of trafficking, but in certain cases, there's also other victims involved here. And somebody that loses their life to anybody, you would hope that justice prevails. And it does. There is no, you know, if you're ordered to go kill somebody, just because you're ordered doesn't give you a get out of jail free card. I understand the circumstances here, and I believe in what we're trying to do in this bill. But there has to be a carve out. There has to be a carve out because there's certain crimes that you know, obviously if somebody's murdered, they're not coming back from this. They don't get a second chance. Or if somebody's, you know, has some serious injury that they're never going to come back from, and then learns that, yep, we just forgave those charges because of one reason or another. I understand everything that has to do with human trafficking, and it is a terrible situation. But again, you know, there's other victims, and you know, a lot of the things we do, we always forget about those victims. And I understand there's two victims here, but one doesn't excuse the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Followed by Representative Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to Representative Gilchrist's comments on the amendment. You know, part of the problem here is the passage of time. I think by not touching Section 3, we're saying, you know, public policy wise, going forward, this is an affirmative defense. But Section 7, as it presently lies, deals with a case that could be decades old and the claim made. So now you have, as Senator Champagne brings up, you know, the victim's family and all of that, bringing up those issues, but it's going to be virtually impossible to recreate the evidence, find, you know, people that were involved in this. The only thing you're going to be left with basically is an affidavit, and that's part of the problem. You know, you got an affidavit from an individual with uncorroborated activity, and then to just say on a class A or B felony, which are very severe cases, that it can be vacated based upon, you know, whatever the claim, which I recognize that, you know, there may be those claims out there. And that's why I think we're saying by the amendment, you know, allow some of this, absolutely. But on these really hard, very lengthy prison sentences and convictions, that at least going back is too much. So that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gilchrist, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, having had time to review to Representative Fishbein's earlier comments and to the comments he just made, that in Section 3, when we are talking about affirmative defense, it only applies to trafficking because it references that it's only speaking to the section that the affirmative defense section is placed in. So it doesn't include all A and B felonies. It is just speaking to the crime of human trafficking, which is an A felony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As is often the case, you know, this legislation is difficult, and it's difficult because we try to pass legislation that works for everybody, and the fact is that circumstances are always different. And I'll save my colleagues a detailed explanation of how human traffickers gain control of their victims. It's a horrific process with horrific outcomes, and they have incredible control over another human being that is very difficult to articulate or even understand, having sat with those types of victims. So I certainly understand the underlying intent of this bill. That said, I've also walked many victims and victims' families down a difficult path of grief and finally reached some semblance of closure for them. And I also know that defendants will often find laws, specifically new laws, to try to manipulate those laws to have their convictions vacated or otherwise seek exoneration. And I think that our court system is well equipped, and I trust in our court system and our judges to weed out who is truly a human trafficking victim at the time they committed the offense and was under extreme control, and those who are attempting to manipulate the system. However, those who attempt to manipulate the system will be dragging those victims of A and B felonies, the most violent crimes that we have, or their families, opening that box of closure and dragging them down that path again. So for me, having experienced all sides of this, I think that Representative Fishbein's amendment is something that I am in favor of, and I continue to rely on our judicial system to do the good work that they do with the discretion that we give them based on their circumstances. So based on all that, I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted, Representative Gilchrist had talked about the intent of Section 3, Parent B. And I believe what the representation was is that this is supposed to be used against the charge of human trafficking. That's what I take away. And I guess through you, Mr. Chair, I ask Representative Gilchrist for a clarification.
Yes,
Representative Gilchrist, go ahead.
the answer is yes.
So with that answer, if we look at line 107 and we replace the word at the end with murder, and then we read it through, because murder is an offense, right? It says his or her participation in the murder was a result of having been a victim of conduct of another person that constitutes trafficking in persons in violation of so on and so forth. So I read this to be that the claim is that I did something else because I was a victim of human trafficking. Is anybody interpreting this language? I mean, Representative Gilchrist, through you, Mr. Chair, isn't that the correct interpretation?
Representative Gilchrist.
Now I'm trying to read it again.
So let me just bring it back. So in line 107, we're just going to replace the word offense with murder.
Representative Fishbein, let me jump in here, because I don't think you can do that. I think you're reading out the beginning part of that section, which says it shall be an affirmative defense in any prosecution or delinquency proceeding under this section. So you need to go back up to the start of the section, which is, I believe, 53A-192A, which is the section on what constitutes trafficking in persons. And that's where it follows through. So the offense, I believe, can only be the offense of trafficking in persons because of the way this language is constructed.
So then if we replace offense with trafficking in persons, his or her participation in trafficking in persons was a result of having been a victim of conduct of another person that constitutes trafficking in persons. Okay, that would Makes sense. So that's the extent in section 3B.
On the affirmative defense.
On the
correct.
affirmative defense. Yeah, okay. It doesn't, it's really not the same thing as what's being addressed in section 3. Because I guess
section 7.
Section 7. So you'd have to go through the adjudication of the case. So I guess question, arguendo, if one is adjudicated as being a trafficker, could they then 30 days later seek remedy under section 7? That's not clear in here either.
Well, no, because they wouldn't have been convicted of the crime.
Well, no, if they were convicted of the crime of human trafficking, that's what we're saying, because that's the underlying what this has to do with. Now, since they've been convicted, can they then turn around right after and assert section 7 as it presently lies? It would appear that they could.
Is the question, if somebody is convicted of trafficking someone else, but they themselves were the victim of trafficking, could they seek vacature under section 7?
Yeah, if they didn't assert it in the underlying case, we have the right under the underlying case. They don't do that. They get convicted. They could use that get out of jail free card, or attempt to, post trial right after the case is over.
Yes, they can. There'd still need to be evidence presented, and the judge would have to decide there was enough evidence to vacate that charge.
As I said, Mr. Chairman, I'm in favor of the underlying bill. I'm just really concerned with what section 7 would do. And
Okay.
I think
Well, we have the amendment before us, which we need to vote on in a minute. Representative Fishbein, you did not request a roll call on this.
I am now, though.
Okay. So we will do that in a moment. I would urge my colleagues to reject the amendment before us. We could certainly continue to have this conversation as Bill leaves committee. My concern with the amendment is, I think, kind of the reverse of what some of my colleagues have said, is that I think you take discretion away from judges with this amendment, that in the instance where somebody was forced to traffic someone else and was convicted of that, trafficking is a Class A felony. That person would be ineligible for vacature under this current law. Should they get vacature in every instance? Probably not. But I side with giving the judge the discretion based on the facts before them to make that determination. And as such, join Representative Gilchrist in asking my colleagues to reject the amendment before us. Madam Administrator, can you please call the roll on the amendment?
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I did. We're voting on the amendment.
Oh, I mean in the negative. Senator Winfield in the negative.
Thank you.
Yeah, too many things at the same time.
I apologize. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the negative.
Senator Kasser.
Senator Kasser votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Senator Kasser votes no.
Thank you, Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes no.
You'll have to repeat. We didn't see you at all.
Representative Blumenthal votes no.
Thank you very much, Representative. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Sure. Senator Anwar votes no.
Thank you so much. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative
Callahan votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes. Oh, sorry, Representative Conley votes no.
thank you. Representative Curry, Representative Dillon.
No, Representative Curry, Chair.
Oh, hi, Representative Curry, welcome.
Hi,
We're voting
Vote-
on the amendment.
Yep, Representative Curry votes no.
Thank you, Representative Curry. Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes no.
Representative Damassa,
Representative Damassa votes no.
Representative Doucette,
Representative Doucette votes no.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes no.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes no.
Could you please repeat so we could see you say your name at the same time?
Representative Fox votes no.
Thank you, Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes no.
Thank you. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes no.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes no.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes no.
Senator Lesser has voted no. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes in the affirmative.
Representative O'Day. Representative Palm. Representative Palm votes no. Thank you. Representative Pablo D'Amato. Pablo D'Amato votes yes. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes no.
Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes no.
Thank you. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sims, we are voting on the amendment.
Representative Sims votes no.
Okay, thank you. Not trying to solicit a vote here. I just wanted to make sure you knew what we were voting on. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Veach. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes no.
Thank you, Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes no.
Madam Administrator, when you're ready, you can take an announce tally.
$33 members voting, 11 yay, 11, 22 nay, 0 abstentions, 6 absent, not voting.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. The amendment fails. Is there further discussion on the underlying bill? Further discussion on the underlying bill. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am disappointed that the amendment failed. As stated, I think there's some really good stuff in here. I'm really at a quandary whether or not to support this bill without the amendment. It appears that there's a lot of concern. So probably going to vote against it, but I wish they could have done something differently with this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Champagne.
Thank you. I am going to have to vote no on this. This is a great bill, and I hate to do so, but when the thought comes of somebody involved in sexual assault first, kidnapping first, murder first, assault first, making of bombs, when we make an opportunity that somebody can just have those erased, and it's up to one person to decide that, when we can have some true victims here, we forget about the victims of these crimes, and when we pass these laws, and we gave an opportunity that we can erase some of the most, we could take some of the most serious crimes off this list, and we've decided that we're going to put one crime ahead of the others, and these are some very serious crimes we're talking about. These are not something that we see every day, and it's very disappointing that the amendment didn't pass. But I will have to vote no on this simply because of this. Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Mr. Chairman, I want to tell my colleagues that I'm going to be voting yes on the underlying bill, but I took the opportunity to speak. I know there are members of our criminal justice system who watch these meetings, and I just hope that our judicial system makes quick work of triaging out who is using this legislation for its legitimate intended purposes and who is in fact only using it as another crack at a get out of jail free card and re-traumatizing victims, which our judicial system already does far too often. We constantly try to reach a balance between protecting people's rights and not re-victimizing victims. And it's a very, very difficult line to walk. And it's a very frustrating and troubling line to walk. I'm disappointed, as are my colleagues, that we couldn't find a carve out that maybe even included human trafficking for the reasons that were brought up. This is such, I may be the only person on this committee who has dealt so closely with all these types of victims. And this is just a very, very difficult bill now. And I will be voting yes, but again, I just wanted to speak to urge any judges or state's attorneys, defense attorneys that are watching, you please do your best to get this legislation to where it was intended. And we cannot continue to re-traumatize victims in this state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully support this bill, and I appreciate all the work that Representative Gilchrist and others have been doing on this bill. I did want to add a comment for a portion that I would like to continue to work with Representative Gilchrist and others to add into the bill. House Bill 6657 and Senate Bill 518. There was public hearing testimony on this, which was prohibiting sleeping accommodations in hotels from hourly rates. This bill is supported by the Truckers Against Trafficking, as well as the Connecticut Lodging Association. And I know we've had some discussions prior, but I'd like to continue those discussions and adding in that language to this bill.
Thank you, Representative Conley. Further comment or discussion on this bill? Further comment or discussion? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. Representative Stafstrom.
Representative Stafstrom in the affirmative.
Senator Kasser.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
We'll have to repeat the whole thing. I'm sorry, hon.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We just like seeing you 2 times. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein unfortunately has to vote no.
Thank you. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Absolutely. Senator Anwar votes yes.
Okay. That was almost like a ventriloquist act right there, but that's right. We get it. Thank you. Senator Bradley, Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan, again, unfortunately, votes no.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne, unfortunately, as well, votes no.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Curry.
Hold on one second. Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Damassa. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Perfect, thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
No. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Okay, could you please just repeat, because we saw you on the tail end, but not your name.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Could we please repeat it so I can see you say your name?
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
This is so silly. Thank you, Representative Godfrey. I think everybody knows who you are, but just so that
technology is only good when it works.
There you go. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
We'll have to repeat that. Thank you.
I apologize. Senator Haskell votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Thank you. Senator Lester.
Senator Lester in the affirmative.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Thank you. Representative Palm. Palm votes yes. Representative Pavlik D'Amato. Pavlik D'Amato votes no. Representative Porter, Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Without this amendment, Representative Veach will vote no.
Thank you. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Administrator, while you're preparing the consent calendar, I will just let members know that we will be having a public hearing on Wednesday. That will be our final public hearing of the year in this committee. And then we ask members to hold every day the week after Easter. That is our JF week. And we are, as of now, noticing meetings for every day that week, depending on how things go. We may not need them all, but we will. We are noticing meetings for every day that week. Madam Administrator, when you are ready, we can read the consent calendar.
Okay, first one is item number 2, Senate Bill 889, enacted concerning the Criminal Justice Policy and Planning Division and the publication of reports and presentations by the Office of Policy and Management. Item number 3 on the agenda, Senate Bill 892, enacted concerning the Criminal Justice Commission, Division of Criminal Justice, and the Office of the Inspector General. Item number 5, Senate Bill 923, enacted concerning review of animal cruelty laws by the Connecticut Sentencing Commission. Item number 6, Senate Bill 959, enacted concerning probate court operations. Item number 8, Senate Bill 986, enacted concerning revisions to the Connecticut Uniform Trust Code, rule against perpetuities, Connecticut Uniform Power of Attorney Act, Connecticut Business Corporation Act, and Connecticut Revised Non-Stock Corporation Act. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I should have been telling you the motion on each one of these. I'm sorry to go back, but let's see. Item number 2, that was a JF. Item number 3, 892 was a JF. The proposed substitute LCO number 6155. Item number 5, Senate Bill 923 was a JF. Item number 6, Senate Bill 959 was a JF. Item number 8 that I just mentioned, Senate Bill 986 was a JFS with Amendment A. Item number 11, Senate Bill 6321, enacted concerning adoption and implementation of the Connecticut Parentage Act, JFS, proposed substitute LCO number 6113. Item number 12, House Bill 6356, an act adopting the Uniform Commercial Real Estate Receivership Act. That was a JFS with Amendment A. Item number 16, House Bill 6592, enacted concerning the filing of a civil action for malicious prosecution. That was a JF. Item number 18, House Bill 6605, enacted concerning business registrations, trade names, the Commercial Recording Division within the Office of the Secretary of State, commercial registered agents, and remote notarial acts. That was a JFS with Amendment A. And finally, item number 19, HB 6656, enacted confirming and adopting volumes 1 to 13 inclusive of the general statutes revised to January 1, 2021, and that was a JF.
Is there any objections or comments on the consent calendar? Appeared right to me. If not, Madam Administrator, you can call the roll on the consent calendar.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Stafford.
Representative Stafford in the affirmative.
You'll please have to repeat that just so I at the tail end.
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kasser.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Absolutely. Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Curry.
Hold on. Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Dillon, yes.
Thank you. Representative DeMassa. Representative Doucette. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Representative Fox?
Representative Fox votes yes.
Perfect, thank you. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Godfrey. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Deb. Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting.
No, that's fine, no worries. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Rep Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Palm.
Palm votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Pablo-Amato. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you.
All right. I was just reminded that we actually had a meeting, I guess, tentatively noticed for Thursday. We will not be meeting Thursday, so that folks are clear. So no meeting on Holy Thursday. Everybody can go get their feet washed. And we will not have votes until the Monday after Easter, just the public hearing Wednesday. Anything further from the ranking member or my co-chair?
No, sir. Have a good day.
All right.
Nope.
We will then stand in recess until 5 o'clock so members can get their votes recorded. Hang on the line if you missed votes. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Thank you, Steve.
Deb, I believe I missed number 10.
Let me see what we got here. Number 10. You're correct. Representative Gilchrist, how would you care to vote on item number 10, House Bill 5598? That's the tree bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have I missed the consent calendar? Pablo-Amato votes yes for the consent calendar.
And Representative Pablo-Amato, let me just double check that I voted on all the others. I believe you have, but I just, while I've got you here, want to make sure. Yep, you're good. Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, Madam Administrator, did I miss any votes?
I think you did at the beginning. Let's see. No, doesn't look like it. I think we're good.
Deb, I think I missed
Thank
some
you.
votes as well.
Let me check Representative Sims. Sims is okay there. Okay, Representative Sims, item number 13, House Bill 6455, an act concerning impeding or obstructing the General Assembly and interference with or assault upon a state capitol police officer. How do you care? And that was a JF. How do you care? to
Okay.
vote?
I vote in the affirmative.
Okay. Alrighty, let me check if you've got, oh yes, you've missed another one. Representative Sims is House Bill, item number 14, House Bill 6538, enact making revisions to the Common Interest Ownership Act.
I vote in the affirmative.
Could you please say Representative Sims votes in the affirmative?
Yep. Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you so much. Let me just, I think we've got a few more. No. We're good. Thank you so much, Representative Sims.
Thank you.
I came late. I'm not sure if I missed any votes.
Let me check.
I think that's why we're all here, by the way.
Yes.
We should, it would be great if we just started at the beginning and went through all of them.
I know. Let me just see if we can let poor Representative Conley go. Yep, you're all set, Representative Conley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, who wants to go next? Senator Sampson, since you.
I missed all but the last couple of votes. So if somebody else just missed a couple, let them go first.
I don't think I missed any, but I was juggling to 2 meetings, so I just want to be sure. Thank you, Senator
Okay,
Sampson.
let's check.
My pleasure.
I think I'm good, but
I think you are too, but let's just double check while we've got you here. You're all set, Representative Beach. Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
thank you.
I'll go last, Deb. I'm a freshman.
Okay.
You get something, Senator. This is like such an oddity. Someone's deferring to Senator Sampson for anything.
Oh, there's no deferring. Oh my God. Most people were just shoving their way to the front of the line, I noticed.
I deferred, Senator. I deferred.
You're a true gentleman, Representative.
Okay, Senator Sampson, we'll start from the top. Item number 1, Senate Bill 363, and that concerning the duties of the Office of Attorney General, and that was a JF.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Senator Sampson has voted no. Okay.
Representative Fox votes yes. Can we do it at the same time?
That's fine. Representative.
Yes, of course.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Okay. Item number 4, Senate Bill 919, an act concerning immunity from criminal prosecution for a minor who possesses alcohol when the minor seeks emergency assistance to prevent the death or serious injury of another person. That was a JF. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Can you please repeat, Representative Callahan, so we can see your face?
Representative Callahan votes yes. I believe it's one of the ones I missed.
Yes, it is. And last but not least, Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
And sorry, Deb, I think I missed that vote as well.
Okay, Representative Fiorello, you are correct. You missed that vote. You understand we are on Senate Bill 919?
Yes, so on item number 4, Rep. Fiorello votes yes.
Okay, thank you. And then come back around for the others, because I think you missed the first. Well, I've got you, and then we can go past the first one. Sorry to keep going out of order here, but Representative Fiorello, item number 1, Senate Bill 363, the duties of the Attorney General, JF. How do you care?
Yes, item number 1, Rep. Fiorello votes no.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now we're caught up with everybody that's on board here. Okay. Item number 7, 972, and that concerning the cost of telecommunication services in correctional facilities. That was a JF. We'll, just for the heck of it, start with Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Senator Sampson votes no. Thank you. All righty. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
I'm sorry, Representative Fox, how do you care to vote?
Representative Fox votes yes.
Okay. And then, Representative Callahan has already voted. Okay. All righty. Item number 9, and that concerning judicial compensation. Callahan has voted. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no on item 9.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. And Representative Fox has voted on this. Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes no.
Item number 10, House Bill 5598, our perennial tree bill. It was a JF. And Representative Fiorello, how do you care to vote?
Item number 10, Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fox, how do you care to vote?
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Fox. And Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes no on the tree bill.
Not one to disappoint. Thank you, Senator Sampson. All righty, item number 13, House Bill 6455, an act concerning impeding or obstructing the General Assembly and interference with or assault upon a state capitol police officer. That was a JF. Representative Fiorello has voted on that. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox has voted yes, thank you. And Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes no.
Thank you. Item number 14, House Bill 6538, an act making revisions to the Common Interest Ownership Act. That was a JF. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Sorry, Representative Fiorello, you did not vote on that bill. How did you care to vote?
Oh, I'm so sorry. What number are we on, Deb?
We're on item number 14, House Bill 6538, an act making revisions to the Common Interest Ownership Act. Is a JF.
I believe I'm a yes on that. Thank you. Sorry,
Okay.
Representative Fiorello votes yes on 14.
Thank you.
Sorry, I
And
got my camera on. Sorry.
can you please repeat?
Here I am. Yes, Representative Fiorello votes yes on 14.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Senator, thank you. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no on item 14, the Condo Act bill.
The Condo Act bill. Okay, item number 17, House Bill 6593, an act protecting a mortgager from an unreasonable invasion of his or her privacy by a mortgage holder. That was a JF. Representative Fiorello has voted. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox has voted yes. And Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Okay, thank you. All righty, last on the agenda, item number 20, House Bill 6657, an act concerning human trafficking was a JF, and there was a failed Republican amendment. Okay, and I think I think everyone was here.
Yep,
for
I voted
that.
on.
Everyone was here for that. Okay, that's it.
I need to vote on that, Deb.
Oh, did you?
Deb.
Representative Riley, didn't realize you were there. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yeah.
Forgive me, I just want to make sure that item number 15 you didn't ask me about. I presume it ended up on the consent calendar.
Item number 15 was on consent. That is correct.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a great day. See you guys.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going between a couple of people here. Alrighty, we'll get back to you.
I actually didn't want to vote. I just wondered if you could tell us what is on the consent calendar.
Okay, I'm sorry. On the consent calendar is item number 2, 889. Item number 2, 889. Do you want me to read the title?
No.
Madam Administrator, if I could just inject, I believe that item 15, 6548 was not on the consent calendar. It was
You're
held.
absolutely right. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. I had mistakenly thought that it was on the consent calendar, but it's clearly a hold.
Thank
So
you.
that is not included in the consent calendar. And when I read it earlier, I did not read that it was on the consent calendar when we did the vote. Thank you very much, Representative Dubinsky, for the correction. Okay, where am I? Okay, I'm sorry, Senator Flexer, and then Representative Fox is still there. Are we all done, Representative Fox?
I think we're all done, I think.
Let's just double check, Representative Fox, before I go on to, these are all consent. Let's double check here. Yes, we are all set, Representative Fox. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Have a nice day.
You as well. Thank you. All righty, Senator Flexer, sorry for the delay. Let's see where we're at here with you. Okay, Senator Flexer, let's start at the beginning. Item number one.
Madam Clerk, I don't want to vote. I'd like to know all the items on the consent calendar. I apologize for the
That's fine.
confusion.
No worries. The consent calendar. Item number 2, Senate Bill 889 was a JF. Item number 3, 892. And that concerning the, oh, you don't want to read the title.
Don't need to. You could just tell me the item number.
Okay, that's fine. Item number 5, 923. Item number 6. Item number 8. Item number 11. Item number 12. Item number 16. Item number 18. And item number 19.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll be back in time to vote.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have anything left, Deb?
Let's check, Representative Callahan. It doesn't hurt just to press the double check here to make sure. No, we're good. Thank you so much.
But good night, everyone.
Hi, Deb. I still have to vote on the consent and on, I believe, item number 20.
I'm sorry, Representative Riley. We'll get to it here. Okay, let's start with the consent. Did you, I don't know if you were here and heard the rundown of the items on the consent calendar. Did you?
Yep, I have it all. I'm all set. I'll vote yes on the consent.
So can you say Representative Riley votes?
Representative Riley votes yes on the consent calendar.
Thank you so much. Okay. All righty, Representative Riley. Let's see where we're at with that. Okay, just the last one, Representative Riley, and that concerning human trafficking, 6657 was a JF.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Deb. Have a good evening.
You as well. Thank you. Okay, I see we've got Representative Curry.
Yes, I think I missed a bunch.
Yeah, okay, so let's see. We've got you on the consent calendar, so that's good. Excuse me, we'll start at the top. Item number 1, 363, not concerning the duties of the Attorney General, was a JF. How do you care to vote?
Yes.
Could you please say Representative Curry votes yes?
Oh, Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you. Okay, item number 4, Senate Bill 919. It's a long title. If I could read it if you'd like.
No, I got the agenda in front of me.
Okay. It's a
Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 7, 972. Representative Curry.
Yeah. Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 9, Senate Bill 988, judicial compensation. Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 10, 5598, the tree bill.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 13, 6455.
Yep. Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 14, 6538, Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 17, House Bill 6593, Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
And you have voted on the last one, human trafficking. So you're all set.
Thank you so much, Deb.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Nice seeing you too.
Bye-bye. Senator Haskell, I don't know if you can hear me. Senator Haskell, are you still there?
Deb, I'm texting him.
Okay. I mean, we still got till 5, so no hurry. It's just that I see him there, so I just didn't know if he was available.
Hey, Deb.
Hello,
How are you?
Senator. Good, good, good. Okay, we got a few of them to go over. Let's see where you're at. Okay, you're all set for the consent. Notice there was a couple here. Okay, Senator Haskell, item number 9, Senate Bill 988, and that concerning judicial compensation was a JF. How do you care to vote?
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 10, House Bill 5598, the tree bill. How do you care to vote?
Oh, an emphatic yes.
Okay, so can you say Senator Haskell?
Yes, I'm
votes
sorry.
emphatically?
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 13, 6455, an act concerning impeding or obstructing the General Assembly and interference with or assault upon a state capitol police officer. That was a JF.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 14, House Bill 6538, an act making revisions to the Common Interest Ownership Act. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell votes yes. Perfect. Voted on that. Okay, you're all set. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Deb. Have a great day.
You as well. Hello, Representative Luxembourg.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. We will start with the consent calendar. Did you want me to read the items on the consent calendar?
Yes, please. Just the bill numbers.
Okay, sure. Item number 2, 889.
Okay.
Item number 3, 892. Item number 5, 923. Item number 6, 959. Item number 8, 986. Item number 11, 6321. Item number 12, 6356. Item number 16, 6592. Item number 18, 6605. Item number 19, 6656. I should have given you the motions. Do you want me to go over the motions?
No. I'm familiar with them.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. So Representative Luxembourg, how do you care to vote?
Representative Luxembourg votes yes on the consent calendar.
Okay, great. Now we'll go through each one of these other ones. All righty. Item number 1, 363, enacting the duties of the Office of the Attorney General, JF. Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg is a yes.
Thank you. Item number 4, 919, et cetera, et cetera. Do you need the title?
No, I have the agenda in front of me.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Luxembourg's yes.
Luxembourg, yes. Perfect. Item number 7, Senate Bill 972, that was a JF. Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, yes.
Item number 9, Senate Bill 988. Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, yes.
Thank you. Item number 10, 5598, tree bill. Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, yes.
Thank you. Item number 13, 6455. Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, yes.
Thank you. Item number 14, 6538. Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, yes.
Thank you. Item number 17, House Bill 593.
Luxembourg, yes.
Thank you. And the last one, item number 20, House Bill 6657. Representative Luxembourg, how do you care to vote?
Luxembourg votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Nice doing business with you. That was quick and easy.
Yeah, I hope you have a great day.
You as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Zoe, were you able to get these, or do you want me to, because I can't send them to you. I'm gonna have to do these. Unless you do the consent calendar.
You can. I could do the consent calendars because I know if you just tell me, I can just get the attendance from Rose or Alan, and then I know all the bills that are on the consent calendar.
Yeah, the consent calendar so far, well, we still have the people that have to, come back and vote. But I guess you could start out.
Zoe, I have the attendance. The only two are missing are, actually three, Kissel, Bradley, and Porter right now.
Okay. I mean, we have to wait till 5 anyway.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go ahead and scan it to you?
No, because we're holding votes open till 5. So if they show up,
yeah.
Show up at like 4:55, they're still here. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I can do all of the vote tally sheets. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, you won't have the votes. I can't scan them to you,
Can you take a picture and send them to me?
Pardon me?
Can you take a picture of them?
Oh, that's true. I keep forgetting about that.
Technology.
I know. Isn't that awful? I'd never think of that.
But yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Alrighty. And then I'm gonna go ahead and working on these.
And I can just print them all out, and then I can scan them to you guys too if you want.
No, not necessary. What was I gonna say? But I might as well just. Well, you know what we could do though is we could at least get the record the action. Yeah. Because that's something we can do before we get the vote. And I guess we can put the votes in what we've got so far.
Okay.
I don't know, whatever you want to do. So however it works easier for you.
Really not difficult at all. So if you want to send me pictures, if you want to send them in a group chat with like me and, does Alan have access to, Alan have access to the votes, like the committee web suite? Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Alan, do you know how to put in how to record the actions? Like you go in and hit record.
I can do George, can you turn yours, because that's where I'm getting the feedback from.
Thanks, George.
Hold on a second here. As the ones you're still. Sorry. There you go. Still not muted. All right. I'm getting.
Yeah, you know what?
Right in the lower left-hand corner, just to say mute.
What I'm going to do is I'll just go ahead and take a picture and send them to both you guys. And then I'll update it at the end.
So we're just going to record the actions for now.
Yeah, why don't you record the actions, Alan, if you can.
Which ones I have? Let me. I have a JFS for number 3.
Hold on a second. I gotta go through each one here. JFS. Yep. But I think you're gonna need, at that point, you're gonna need the LCO number. I think you put the LCO number in there. Yeah. But so that's why. Let me just take a picture of it.
Okay.
Because I've got it all listed on my vote tally sheet.
And since I'm here, you can send it to my CGA account.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, no, I can't text it to you to a CGA account.
Oh.
Well, you know what I could do is I could take the picture, email it to myself.
It's all right. You can send it to my Gmail account, and I'll do it from home.
I tell you what, no, I'll just go ahead and send it. I'll email it That's what I'll do. I'll email them. I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, I don't have to send it in the text. I'll just email it. Okay. Alrighty.
Then I'll probably call you and say, how the hell do you do this?
That's all right.
It's only been 2 years.
I know. Thinking about that.
We didn't do any last year.
Gosh, those are good old days. The good old days.
Bring them back.
Bring them back. Okay. I'm taking pictures.
Hello. Good. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Oh, now I can hear you. Good. Can you hear me? Good. Good.
Yeah, everything's good. Let me see here. Okay, Senator Anwar, you did the consent calendar, so that's good. You have missed item number 1, Senate Bill 363, and that concerning the duties of the Office of the Attorney General, and that was a JF. How do you care to vote, Senator Anwar?
I vote, Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. All right. Item number 4, Senate Bill 919, and that concerning immunity from criminal prosecution for a minor who possesses alcohol when the minor seeks emergency assistance to prevent the death or serious injury of another person. That was a JF.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 7, Senate Bill 972, and that concerning the cost of telecommunications.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you. You voted on that. Item number 10, 5598, tree bill, Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you. Okay, you're all set, Senator Anwar. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much for everything. Thank you for you guys, what you do. I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you. It's our pleasure.
And you guys do it with a smile, so which is just a gift. Thank you.
It's the delirium, really, but thank you. We appreciate it. Hello, Representative Rabimbis. Let's see.
Hello, how are you?
Do you need me to read off the items on the consent calendar, Representative Rabimbis?
No, not at all.
Okay, so Representative Rabimbis, how do you care to vote on the consent calendar?
Representative Rabimbis votes yes on the consent calendar.
Wonderful. I think I was surprised that I should have given Senator Sampson a hard time. I think it's the only one he voted yes on was the consent.
Well, I did like your dialogue with Godfrey earlier. Oh, I was trying to remember what it was, but it was the FaceTime, the royalties. I like that.
Oh, goodness. Okay, let's see. Item number 1, 363, duties of the Attorney General was a JF.
That's a no.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and we have to say Representative Rabimbis says no.
Oh, sorry. Representative Rosa Rabimbis says no.
Thank you. Alrighty, that one you voted on. Item number 13, House Bill 6455.
And that is my apologies.
No. Item number 14, 6538, an act making revisions to the Common Interest Ownership Act. Representative Rabimbis, how do you care to vote?
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 17, House Bill 6593, an act protecting a mortgage from unreasonable invasion of preserved privacy by a mortgage holder. That was a JF. Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbis. Item number 20, last one, 6657, an act concerning human trafficking. That was a JF. Representative Rabimbis, how do you care to vote?
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbis. We have concluded our business for today.
Thank you. And just to reaffirm, if you don't mind, number 13, did I vote on that one?
Number 13, yes, that was impeding or obstructing. Let me just go double check here. Impeding or obstructing, yep. And you had voted no on that one.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Madam Clerk.
Hello, Representative DeMassa. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. We'll start with the consent calendar. Did you want me to read the items on the consent calendar?
That's not necessary, Madam Clerk. I Representative DeMassa votes yes on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. All righty. See where we left off.
Yeah, I think I left off hanging. I missed, when I was still on, I missed HB 6321. I know I missed that because I had connection issues. Couldn't get back on fast enough. That should be the first bill I missed.
What did I do with my agenda? 6321 was put on the consent calendar.
Oh, good. Never mind.
So you
See what you missed when you disconnected?
Yeah. Oh, let's see where else we got here.
I want to say 6538, item number 14. That's probably where I lost you.
Yep, you're absolutely right. That was a JF. Representative DeMassa, how do you care to vote?
Representative DeMassa votes yes.
Thank you, Representative DeMassa. Item number 17, 6593. That was a JF. Representative DeMassa, how do you care to vote?
Representative DeMassa votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 20, an act concerning human trafficking, 6657. Representative DeMassa.
Representative DeMassa votes yes.
Perfect. That has concluded our business with you.
Isn't that fun?
You're all set. Thanks for coming back. Now, Zoe, you've got the numbers for the items on the consent calendar because I haven't tallied up those sheets yet, obviously, because they have to each be done individually.
Yeah, I have, because we went over them this morning with Steve.
Yep. Oh. Okay. I'll do- So I'm just going to take a picture of the first one. Okay, so this one represents
Hi, Senator Flexer. What's going on?
Hi, Zoe. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry about before. There were a couple bills I hadn't read, so I wanted to read those before I voted.
All right, let me just text Deb really quick so she can jump on because she has the tally sheets.
Oh, okay.
Issue with doing this from home.
I'm sorry. I
There you
I went to the ladies' room.
Oh my goodness, don't be sorry. I'm sorry about before. Because there were a couple bills I wanted to read.
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to vote after.
Absolutely, no problem. No,
Thanks,
I'd
Brenda.
rather have you be sure what you're voting on. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so the other bills that were not on the consent calendar. Let's see. Item number 1363. Did you need me to read the title?
Nope, I know how I'm going to vote. I read them all now.
Okay, and it was a JF. How do you care to vote, Senator Flexer?
I would like to vote yes. Senator Flexer votes yes.
Thank you so much. Okay. Item number 4, Senate Bill 919, Senator Flexer. How do you care to vote?
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Item number 7, Senate Bill 972, Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senator. Item number 9, Senate Bill 988 was a JF. How do you care to vote?
Senator Flexer votes no.
Okay. Item number 10, 5598, Senator Flexer. How do you care to vote?
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Yes, Senator Flexer. Item number 13, 6455 was a JF. How do you care to vote?
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Yes. Item number 14, 6538, condo bill. Senator Flexer, how do you care to vote?
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senator Flexer. And item number 17, 6593 was a JF. How do you care to vote?
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senator Flexer. And then you've already voted on the last one, the human trafficking bill. So you're all set.
Thank you very much. Am I the last person, Deb?
No, goodness, no. No, we're always your colleague, Senator Bradley is always one of the last ones to the party.
Oh, well,
Busy man.
I don't know anything about that. So thank you very, very much, Madam Administrator. You have a nice day.
You as well. Next time, I hope we get to see the baby.
Yes. Well, never on here, but someday.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Maybe.
I can understand.
Yeah.
You know. Thank you. Something to look forward to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you. Shoot.
Hi, Deb. Can you see me? Deb?
Sorry, I had my audio off. So I was talking, but you couldn't hear me.
Okay. Okay. You can see me.
I can. Everything's good. Everything's good.
I was in the hospital getting some tests done. That's why it was weird. And the guy, I said, wait, I just got to vote on this bill. I'm voting. It was funny. Okay, so
let's see. Let's start at the top, I guess. Okay, so first item number 1, 363. Do you want me to read the title of the bill?
No,
You're frozen.
Pretty much I'm voting where my chairs voted.
Okay,
So,
all right. So item number 1 was AG's office. That's pretty much almost the, so Representative Walker, how do you care to vote on that?
I vote in the affirmative.
Okay, that was the JF. Item number 4, 919, that was immunity for people that have alcohol and call it in to 911. That was a JF. How do you care to vote, Representative Walker?
I vote in the affirmative.
Everybody, I think, except for Senator Sampson, I think everyone else so far has voted in the affirmative. Number 7, 972, this one was a little bit more contentious. The cost of telecommunication services in correctional facilities, that was a JF.
Right. Yep, I'll vote in the affirmative.
Oh, shoot, we're supposed to be saying Representative Walker votes in the affirmative, but I'll, so say it now.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you. So if anybody's watching on TV, item number 9 and 988, and that concerning judicial compensation, that was a JF. How do you care to vote, Representative?
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Okay, excellent. Item number 10, 5598, that's the tree bill. How do you care to vote on that?
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Okay. Item number 13, 6455, an act concerning impeding or obstructing the General Assembly and interference with or assault upon a state capitol police officer. Again, a little bit more contentious. The D's voted one way, R's voted another. You assume.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you. Item number 14, 6538, an act making revisions to the Common Interest Ownership Act. I think that was all unanimous except for one.
I think I voted on that one. That was Bob Godfrey's, wasn't it?
No, this is the one. This is the condo bill, putting more things virtually.
Oh, okay. Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Okay. Yeah, this next one is the one for the mortgage holder. You did vote on that one already.
Yep.
Yeah, you voted on that one. So the only thing we have left is the consent calendar.
And Representative Walker votes in the affirmative for the consent calendar.
Wonderful. Okay, we're all set. Thank you so much. And we'll see you on Monday. Happy Easter.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Hi, Rep Porter.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, Deb.
How's it going, girl?
Oh, it's been a day, Deb. It's been a day.
I'm sorry.
Thank
They're
you.
But they're all like that, though.
I know. It's just one thing after no rest for the weary.
There is no rest for the weary.
Oh.
All righty, dear. Let's see. We'll start with the consent calendar. That's the easy stuff. Do you want me to read the items on the consent calendar?
No, that's not necessary.
Okay. And how do you care to vote on the consent calendar, Representative Porter?
Representative Porter is a yes.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, now the other one. All righty. Item number 1, 363, that's the duties of the Office of the Attorney General. How do you care to vote?
Representative Porter votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 4, Senate Bill 919, that's immunity from criminal prosecution for a minor who possesses alcohol when they call 911. That was a JF. How do you care to vote?
Representative Porter votes yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Number 7, 972, an act concerning the cost of telecommunications services in corrections facilities. That was a JF. How do you care to vote?
Representative Porter votes yes.
Sounds good. Item number 9, Senate Bill 988, an act concerning judicial compensation. That was a JF.
Representative Porter votes yes.
Item number 10, 5598, that's the tree bill. How do you care to vote on that?
Porter votes yes.
Representative Porter has voted yes. Item number 13, 455. That's an act concerning impeding or obstructing the General Assembly and interference with or assault upon a state capitol police officer. That was a JF. How do you care to vote?
Representative Porter votes yes.
Thank you. Alrighty. Item number 14, House Bill 6538, an act making revisions to the Common Interest Ownership Act. That was a JF.
Representative Porter votes yes.
Representative Porter has voted yes. Thank you. Item number 17, 6593, Representative Godfrey's bill, an act protecting a mortgager from an unreasonable invasion of his or her privacy by a mortgage holder. That was a JF.
Representative Porter votes yes.
Thank you. And last, we have a item number 20, 6657, an act concerning human trafficking. That was a JF.
Representative Porter votes yes.
Excellent. That's it. Wonderful.
All right. Thank you, Deb.
Thank you. You saved a lot of time by being in that meeting.
Hey.
It's a lot easier to just come at the end like.
Well, I looked at the clock. I'm like, oh, wow, I got 15 minutes to vote. So
You did
I'm
good.
glad I made it. Thank you so much
Bye. Thank you.
for the wonderful job you do, Deb. Thank
Oh,
you.
thank you. It's our pleasure. Happy Easter.
You too.
See you on
Bye-bye.
Monday. Bye-bye.
Yep.
It being 5 o'clock, this concludes the Judiciary Committee meeting for Monday, January, dear Lord, March 29th, 2021. See you on Wednesday.